All right, so if anyone's curious, I actually have all the information that you might be wanting or needing. So today we actually have a visiting artist on our hot shop floor, which means that this person has come in, they've designed some pieces that they want made, and these guys, our Museum of Glass hot shop team, is working on making those right now. And our visiting artist is sitting down in that chair over there just to point them out to you all. Their name is Crystal Bell. Sorry, my mic cut out. Crystal Z. Campbell. Slideshow. Jeez, all right. This slideshow you've been seeing up on the screen, this is a slideshow of their work. They are a multidisciplinary artist, experimental filmmaker, and writer. And in the hot shop today, we are working on some forms that are honestly pretty similar to these right on this front pedestal right here. So you're going to see some pretty big pieces of glass made. And we're starting over on the left bench. I'll double check to see what they're working on, but I do want to give a little overview before we completely jump into that. So first off, I want to talk about the temperatures in the hot shop, just to kind of blow your mind a little bit. So all of our furnaces in the back here, they're all running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, 2100, 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass is pretty much molten to a liquid, kind of like honey. And I also like to compare it to lava quite a bit. The glass is going to glow because it is so hot that it's creating its own light as well as heat, just like lava. And so inside of that large tank with the closed door there, that's what we were just inside of a moment ago, and that is where we have our pool of molten glass inside of it. And these other furnaces that we're using with the open faces, these are just for reheating the glass. So anytime we're going inside of those, you'll see over and over again, we're just heating the glass up until it starts to move again and get that heat. And now to kind of describe what we're working on over there, we have a piece of color on the end of one pipe. And just to give you a good reference, we have a lot of pieces of colored glass right here. This is something called color bar. And this is one way that we color glass in the hot shop. We will take a section of it and we'll melt it down until it's completely molten to that honey texture, and then we drop it on top of a small clear bubble. And spread it completely over top, covering up that clear, and that creates a layer of color across the entire piece. And no worries, if it's kind of hard to follow along with that, we are going to see that very shortly over on the left bench, which we have a view of up on the screen now. And up in the front here, this is the small amount of clear that's going to be turned into a little clear bubble. So this is pretty much how all of our projects start. It's just a single bit of clear on the end of our pipe. And then from there, we have to build up more and more layers of clear, which you'll see happen pretty soon here as well. And of course, I'm sure you guys will have a lot of questions. And just to make sure I make sure to answer them all, just feel free to raise your hand and I'll come over to answer any of those questions that you have. And by the way, it might be hard for me to hear you guys in the back. And so if you have questions, you have to speak up, or you can just come down to the front again. So here at the Museum of Glass, we actually do have kind of a hands-on glassblowing experience that people can partake in. There's a couple of different ways to do this. There's one where you can actually come down into the hot shop, and you'll usually work over on the right bench, and you'll make a small item such as an ornament or a paperweight just to kind of get a little taste of it. And I also really want to bring up a program where I'm actually wearing their shirt right now, Hilltop Artists. Might be kind of hard to read from there, but Hilltop Artists is a local program that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And so this is a really good opportunity for everyone in the audience. Even if you don't live in Tacoma right now, maybe you might be around here in the future, or maybe know someone who is. But this program is a really good opportunity. It's something that I went through personally. I started at 15 blowing glass in high school. You could start as young as 12 once again. And it's completely free. There's all sorts of opportunities. So actually, the exact mixture that we're using in the hot shop to make this glass is a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, and then mostly silica sand. So just like you might imagine, we melt sand and it turns into glass. It's a pretty pure mixture. We specifically have a soda lime glass, and that means that it's a lower melting point. So even though 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit sounds like really hot, it's actually one of the lower melting points in the glass world. Yes, so I want to give a little bit of an overview for some of you who joined pretty recently, just kind of describe what we have going on in general and who we have here. So once again, today we do have a visiting artist. I was just chatting with them over there and taking a peek at the work that they made yesterday. But our artist is Crystal Z. Campbell. There's a little bit of information on them in your pamphlet that you received at the front. And could I actually have the visiting artist slideshow up on the screen, please? We still have a little bit of time, so I want to show you our visiting artist artwork while they are starting our project over on the left bench. So once again, Crystal is a multidisciplinary artist, experimental filmmaker, and writer. So this is some of their work up on the screen. They do not work with glass themselves. I frequently get questions about this whenever we have a visiting artist that doesn't work with glass. But that's not really a concern of ours because we have the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. These guys work here pretty much full time making glass in the museum hot shop, and they're here to assist our visiting artists in making these designs come to life. Now, I do really want to point out that Crystal actually has some recent work that's currently displayed in the Museum of Glass. So as you go through the galleries, keep your eye out in the exhibit that's called A Two-Way Mirror, and you will see some of their work. This work specifically is kind of questioning immortality and medical ethics, and we are seeing that kind of tying into the pieces that we're making during this residency as well, because these pieces that we're making are apothecary vessels. And this is something that Crystal discovered kind of looking into, lesser known archival material. Thank you. Right, so on that left bench, we've dropped a bit of molten color on top of a small clear bubble. And right now, Sarah's using this metal table called the marver to kind of push and roll that color back till it completely covers up that clear bubble. And at this point, we have covered up that clear bubble completely. If you were to look at the cross section of this, you would see just a thin layer of color on the very outside of that clear bubble. And that same thing applies for a lot of pieces that you'll see that just have that really smooth, even surface of color, just completely colored. But if you were to look at the cross section, it's really just a small amount of color. So we have a view of the left bench on the screen. Right now we just finished taking a small amount of color bar, which is, I have an example right here, just a solid piece of colored glass. And we took a section of it, completely melted it down, and then spread it over top of a small clear bubble. And that is where we're at right now. We're letting this cool down, which is why Sarah's just sitting at the bench right now. And once it's cool enough, we'll gather our next layer of clear over top of it to start building up some mass for the piece. And this happens as many times as they need just to make sure the piece is big enough. And I was told that this is actually going to be a stopper for the top of an apothecary vessel. And it's kind of hard to see this drawing, but on the very back of this wall right here, this metal shield has a drawing right up in the front above this temperature gauge, and that's exactly what we're working on right now. And I was told that we're working on the stopper for it specifically, so the more upper portion of it. So to get different shapes in our glass, we have a variety of different tools to use. And I'm going to actually hold up exactly the tool that we use. So I'll put this right back. But this is it's just a corkwood paddle. So it's just made out of corkwood. It's got a handle on it. And they'll use 2 of these on either side of the glass, and they'll flatten it from both sides. So that's giving us that sort of disc-like shape for some of those pieces. And yeah, these are pretty commonly used. They smoke a lot when we use them. Yeah, so we actually use a lot of different wooden tools in the hot shop, and you might be surprised by that, but it's really important to have that insulating material as an option. So we use the wood on the glass, and it's not going to pull a lot of heat out of it. But that does mean that our wooden tools get burned and used up over time, and so that's something we have to replenish. Yes, so I just got a question about a pattern, and this pattern is from something called cane. Cane is basically these sticks of colored glass, and I don't exactly have an example right now, but I do have a video that I could show you. So could I have the cane pulling video, please? It may just take a moment. All right, so that was pretty fast. Up on the screen, we have a video going. This is the entire process of creating the cane itself. We'll start with a piece of color bar, kind of like what we have on this front table right here. And we will coat it in a couple of layers of clear. Kind of, you could see it up on the screen, those layers of clear surrounding the color. We attach a second pipe to the other end of the glass and stretch it across pretty much the entirety of the front of the hot shop. And once this is stretched out to probably about pencil thickness, we'll go ahead and let it cool down before breaking it apart into usable sized pieces. And this cane is specifically being used to create lines in the glass, kind of like some of those lino pieces you see up in the back of the hot shop. So we'll lay the cane out on a tray and we'll heat it up. We'll bring a bubble over and literally just roll the bubble over top of the cane to pick them up one by one. And from there, we can alter that design even further, twisting. We can create sections of glass that have cane, sections of glass that don't have cane, and add them together. There's just a lot of things we can do with the glass, really. Okay, if you're actually legitimately interested in blowing glass and actually learning about it as an adult, because I've talked about the youth program Hilltop Artists where kids 12 and up can blow glass, but when it comes to adults starting to blow glass, there's one place that I like to mention, which is Pilchuck Glass School, about 2 hours north of us. And it's something where you can apply and you stay up at the school for a week or two and you will blow glass an entire time. There's beginning classes, there's intermediate, advanced, but I really recommend it for people who are actually serious about learning. And I want to point out where we are in the process right now. So over on that left bench, we've blown out a bubble using that piece of colored glass. And next, we're just letting this stay cool. Ben is eventually going to come over with a pipe that has a little clear attachment on the end, and he's going to attach it just right to the center of the bottom of the bubble. And this is going to allow them to break this bubble off of the pipe that it's on right now. And this is really important because this is going to give us access to the other side of the piece. And I'm assuming since this has a nice round bottom that we're going to be opening it up into something called a color cup, where it's going to have these straight walls and a round bottom. And we're going to stuff another bubble of glass inside of it, most likely. Yeah, so I actually get questions frequently about the amount of protective equipment that the Hot Shop team wears. And you might be surprised, but wearing gloves and, I don't know, maybe even like shiny suits and big goggles, like all of those things, those are going to kind of hinder their movements and not allow them to move in a safer way. So right now, they are moving very safely. They're not touching anything that is hot itself. They already know how to keep themselves safe without that protective equipment. When we're working with really, really large amounts of glass, sometimes you'll see them wear gloves just to protect their hands from the heat coming off of the glass. Or if we're literally picking up a piece of glass with our hands, then we will get fully suited up to protect ourselves. But those are the only cases you'll see that. And yes, once again, in the back here, that's our clear glass furnace that Ben has just gathered from. And we've just done a little strip gather. This is when we let some of that glass drip off, and it's just giving us a partial layer of that clear, so getting us closer to an exact measurement. And it looks like he's getting ready to take that glass and stuff it inside of that color cup on the floor. They've just broken that cup off the end of the pipe, and they're coming over with that large amount of clear. And you might be wondering why they do this. I know that that was something that I was a little confused about when I first started, but this is going to make the color on the very outside of the piece, and this is going to make the piece appear as if it's all made from colored glass, even though it's filled with all that clear. So it's just going to save us a little bit of color, and it's going to make the process probably a little bit easier even. As you can see, we also have another technique coming into play. This is something that's a little bit complicated to talk about, but we have a sort of gradient going on where the rich color is near the pipe and then it goes towards clear. And this process that they use to get that gradient, this is called a blow through. And I'm sure we will probably see that happening again later on in the day, just based off of the frequency that we're going to be seeing these patterns. And I just want to let you guys know, we will probably have multiple groups coming in, but I really want you guys to ask questions if you have any, and I know I might be a little distracted, but if I see your hand raised, then I'll come over and answer those questions right away for you guys. And since we do have a new group coming in, I do want to give a little bit of an overview again, kind of describe what we have going on and who we have here today. So for everyone who's recently or just joined, welcome into the Hot Shop. Today we actually have a visiting artist in our Hot Shop with us, and their name is Crystal Z. Campbell. And they're the ones sitting down by these copper wire structures just to point them out to you all. Now, everyone else down on our Hot Shop floor, these are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. These guys work pretty much full-time in the Hot Shop, whether it's helping a visiting artist bring their visions to life like they are today, or making items for the Museum of Glass store. We always have something going on down on the Hot Shop. And can I have the slideshow of Crystal's artwork, please? So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going. This is our visiting artist artwork once again. And I want to mention a couple of things about them as this slideshow goes on. So first off, they're a multidisciplinary artist, experimental filmmaker, and writer. They're here for a full week residency, so this started on Wednesday, is going through Sunday. And they actually have some recent work that is currently displayed in the Museum of Glass. So as you go through the galleries, just keep an eye out for their work. Once again, their name is Crystal. And this work is currently displayed in the exhibit called A Two-Way Mirror. This work is kind of questioning immortality and medical ethics, and we're still seeming to play with that idea in the Hot Shop this week because we are creating apothecary vessels. And at the center bench, this specific piece of glass is going to be turned into a stopper or a lid for one of those apothecary vessels. It's kind of hard to point out, but right by Ben on that metal shield in front of the furnace, there's a drawing, and that is exactly what we're making right now. Except we're just making the very top portion of it. We're making it in sections, and apparently some of those sections were already created yesterday. And now that I've finished that spiel, I just want to let everyone know that if you have any questions, feel free to just raise your hand, and I'll come right over to answer them. And one more thing I should talk about is the temperatures of the furnaces, because that's something that everybody always asks about. So first off, the molten glass inside of our tanks, sitting inside of these large tanks, so the closed doors, that's the only place we're getting our glass. These hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each, and they stay at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit 24/7, so all day, every day. All these other furnaces that we're using, these ones with the open faces, this is different. It's just used for reheating the glass only. They run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And by the way, I know it's probably going to get a little bit loud here and there because they're starting to use this fluffy flame. So I do have closed captioning up on the screen. That should help out a little bit. And speaking of this fluffy flame, this runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves as well. But the torch allows us to heat up a section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing inside of the furnace overall. So using super focused flame, we're able to heat up just the very, very bottom of this piece of glass. Yeah, so I don't know what the hardest part of the process would be. I guess it's when you start to blow a piece out, maybe, and it's moving around quite a bit. I don't know. These guys, they've been blowing glass for 20 to 30 years, and so it seems like nothing is hard to them, honestly. I would say one of the hardest things to make out of glass, though, for any glass blower is goblets. If you don't know what a goblet is, it's basically like a fancy drinking glass. It usually has like a stem and a foot to sit on. So that's an example. They sometimes struggle with those, especially if they haven't practiced them in a while. I don't know. The easiest part of the process, it's a really difficult question to answer. Uh, Once again, these guys, they've been blowing glass for a while, so there's a lot of parts of the process, especially when they're working with smaller amounts of glass, that is easier for them. But when you're very first starting a project, that can be easy because all you're doing is you're gathering layers of clear to build up some mass or build up some more glass for the piece. So I would say the most favorite or satisfying part of the glass blowing process is, of course, putting a piece away successfully. Because when you're making a piece of glass, sometimes you're not sure if it's going to survive or not. And so you just feel like a little bit anxious and scared. But once you get that piece away, you like breathe this nice sigh of relief and you're excited to pick it up once it's done. Actually, yeah. So something I mentioned to the last group that was in here that I think you all would be really interested in as well is there's actually a local program out here called Hilltop Artists. Both me and Gabe right here are wearing the Hilltop Artist shirts. And this is a local program that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And so I actually started in that program myself when I was about 15 in high school. And so it's just something I really recommend to anyone who's interested. You should definitely look into it. There's summer programs, there's after school clubs, all of it's free. It's just a really good program. Okay, so to talk about the glass itself, it has a basic mixture, which is a little bit easy for me to explain. So it's a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, and then, of course, mostly silica sand. So just like some certain video games, you put sand into a furnace, it melts down, and it turns into glass. So that's that same concept in the hot shop. We have a furnace as well. It's these large tanks with the closed doors that are facing vertically. And I also just want to mention that this specific glass mixture is creating a soda lime glass, but it has a little bit of a lower melting point than other kinds of glass, which you probably wouldn't think that 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit is a low melting point, but it is compared to some other materials. So it looks like we actually blew into one of those copper forms yesterday. It's sitting inside of the annealer, which is that large black box over on the far right wall. And it's kind of hard to see from here, but basically we will take a bubble of clear or colored glass if we want to, and we'll stuff it inside of the structure and then inflate the bubble until it pushes out of those openings a little bit. And once it pushes out of those openings, then we know that it's really secure and it's not going to come off. And from there, we'll usually break it off and not work with it much further than that point, just because we don't really want to get the copper wire hot inside of the furnace too much. But yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to be using those today. We may be using them later on, but for now, we're still working on what the artist is saying, apothecary vessels. And it's kind of hard for you guys to see from where you're sitting, but there is a drawing of exactly what we're working on right in front of the furnace here. It's got this really nice tall shape, and we're just working on the upper part of it right now, which is like a stopper. So this is actually completely solid glass at the center bench. This is not blown, it's not hollow. And the center bench, I want to point out, we're using two different paddles right here. One is a graphite paddle, one is a wooden paddle, but the overall point is just to apply pressure from those two different points at the same time, which is forcefully pushing this glass into a sharper shape, kind of a geometric shape. So I just want to point out at this point we have attached a pipe on the very end of the piece, and we broke this piece off from its original pipe, basically just flipping the orientation of the piece. And this is something we do with pretty much anything that we're making in the hot shop, no matter what it is. And now we are able to work on this other side. This is including getting rid of the very end of the piece just because that exposed the clear inside. Some of you guys weren't here for the process earlier, but we basically just have color on the very surface of the glass, and the center is completely clear. So to complete that illusion of it being all made from colored glass, they have to completely close off or kind of break off the end, making it colorful again. And now they're able to finish off this shape and turn it into that stopper for the top of our apothecary vessel. So at this point, we are breaking this piece off of the pipe. And to do so, we just apply a little bit of water to that connecting point. This is going to cause some cracking from thermal shock. We tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So that is our first piece of the day done. That is finished and going inside of an annealer, just like this large black box over on the right wall. This is going to slowly cool the glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight. So we're not going to see this piece of glass again until tomorrow, that's for sure. And we just work continuously through the day, just making as many things as we can for our visiting artists. So it looks like we are getting started again over on that left bench on our next item. All right, so just to point out what we're working on over on the left bench, you can see we have a clear bubble of glass on the end of our pipe. And this is just going to remain clear. We're not going to be adding any color to it like our last piece. Once again, we use these pieces of color bar, kind of like what we have on this front table right here, to color the glass. And since we're not seeing that process, and you guys might be kind of curious as to how we get color, I think I do want to show a video, and you can apply this knowledge to the gallery when you walk through. So could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that video was just showing how we get a smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. And this is a coloring technique that is very commonly used in glass blowing. Once again, it's using these large pieces of color bar, kind of like what we have right here. And we will be using color throughout the day, just not in this exact moment right here. Right now, we are apparently making a sort of stopper for one of these apothecary vessels. And yes, this is a hollow piece of glass. Once again, it has a bubble inside of it already. Usually, you might imagine a stopper as being solid, but maybe this is just going to make it a little bit more lightweight, or just give them a different look that they're going. So I just want to point out, we inflated that bubble a little bit, and we stuffed it inside of something called an optic mold. This mold basically just has ridges along the inside of it going from the top to the bottom. So these ridges have now been applied to the glass. And you might notice that this texture is similar to some other items you may have seen, such as maybe some ornaments or maybe even some pumpkins. Or These are both made using optic molds as well, just like we're using right now. So even though we don't have any color on this piece, we are still going to have a texture and a pattern, and that is going to be adding something visually to this piece of glass. And after a brief heat, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and he's carving a jack line into the glass most likely. Well, actually, I think we are creating a sort of neck. So this is a little bit hard to describe, but that first line that Ben made with the two metal blades is kind of like the very top of the shoulder. And then this second line we're making right near the pipe, this is where we're going to break the piece off of the pipe, and that would be the very top or the opening of the neck. And if you haven't seen this torch already, this torch actually runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch will heat up sections of glass at a time, so we can focus heat to just one area rather than heating up the entire thing inside of the furnace overall. All right, so that piece that we just made there, as you notice, we broke it off into this large container. This is a container for clear glass only. So something nice about working with all clear glass is you could simply break it apart and put it back into the furnace to melt down again into liquid glass. So that's what we're going to be doing that with that specific piece. We were able to save it to do that. And we work with clear glass whenever we're making prototypes or kind of practicing something. So that was a practice of the shape before we jumped into using color, which is a little bit more expensive than clear glass. And it looks like we're getting ready to use that color over on the left bench. And since we've had a few new people join here and there, I do want to kind of talk about our visiting artist today. So could I have the visiting artist slideshow, please? I'll just start talking about the visiting artist. And we could get that slideshow a little bit later on. I was just going to show off some of their work, which they are a multidisciplinary artist, experimental filmmaker, and writer. So they work with many different kinds of visual art. By the way, just to point out, our visiting artist is the one sitting down by these copper wire structures that they created themselves. Once again, our visiting artist's name is Crystal Z. Campbell. There is a little bit of information on them in your pamphlet that you received at the front door. And they actually have some work currently displayed in the Museum of Glass. So as you go through the galleries, keep an eye out for this artist's work. Their work is displayed in the exhibit that's called A Two-Way Mirror, just to keep an eye out while you go through. This work is actually questioning immortality and medical ethics. And today we are working on various pieces that are all going to come together to create different apothecary vessels. So that last piece you just saw them make, they're going to be making that same thing once again, but with some colored glass this time. And the colored glass is actually starting off in this bar form. Very creative name for this. It's called Color Bar because it's a bar of color. And they'll take a section of this, they'll melt it down, and they will drop it onto a small clear bubble, spread it completely over top of that clear to cover it up. So if you look at the cross-section of a colored blown glass piece, you would actually see that there's only a thin layer of color surrounded by many layers of clear glass as well. So that process is going to be happening over on that left bench. Yeah, so every now and then it's kind of hot, or of course it's hot in the hot shop. I was about to say it's kind of loud in the hot shop. And so I do have closed captioning up on the screen. It's really helpful. And the cameras will usually follow along with what they're doing in the hot shop, no matter what bench they're working at as well. So no matter where you're sitting in the hot shop, you'll have a good view and you should be able to hear or at least understand what I'm saying. And by the way, I want to point out, since we have had a few people join in, if you have any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer them. And that applies to the entire audience. So this bubble that Sarah's blowing in the front here, that was the very beginning of our project. This is how pretty much all of our blown glass pieces start, is with this single clear bubble. And once again, up on the screen, you could kind of see Gabe working with this long stick of color. It's kind of flopping around just because it's really hot. But he's going to melt this down until it's a little bit more of a compact shape before dropping it onto that bubble. All right, so welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we actually have a visiting artist with us. I was just speaking with them in the back over there. Their name is Crystal Z. Campbell. There's a little bit of information on our visiting artists in the pamphlet that you may have received from the front if you want to read a little bit on them. But they are a multidisciplinary artist, experimental filmmaker, and writer. And they actually have some work that is currently being displayed in one of our exhibits in the museum. This exhibit is a two-way mirror, so as you're going through the galleries, be sure to keep an eye out for some of their personal artwork. And I've gotten the question about the pieces that we're making today. So once again, we are working mostly on apothecary vessels, and it's a little hard to describe the exact shapes that we're going for, so I do want to point out this drawing that we have right at the center bench, kind of right in front of the furnace on that metal shield. And this is an example of one of the exact apothecary vessels that we've been working on. And we're still pretty much just starting on the left bench. What we've done so far is we've created a small clear bubble of glass, and then we took a large piece of color bar, which is solid colored glass through and through, and we melted this down completely and then dropped it on top of that clear bubble before spreading it over top. And that's where we're at right now. We are still just barely finishing up that sort of spreading, pushing process, making sure that clear is completely covered. And then they'll blow the bubble up just a little bit bigger before gathering layers of clear over top of it. So that's a good question. Some of you may notice that the color almost seems to be changing as they're working with the glass. Like right now, when we're rolling it on the table, it's getting darker. And I just want to point out, whenever the glass is hot, no matter what color it is, it's going to glow this bright yellow or orange color. And then as the glass cools down, it turns back into its true color. So what you see when they're rolling on the table is closer to the true color than the orange that you see when they're coming out of the furnace. So how do we shape glass is a question that I get every now and then, but it's a little bit too complicated of a question to answer because you could shape glass using pretty much whatever you want. I've seen people carve out the inside of a watermelon and blow a glass bubble inside of a watermelon. I've seen them challenge each other to do funny things like, oh, you can only use the tool as a floor, or this floor as a tool, sorry. So they'll use anything other than their hands to shape the glass, really. Yes, so I've been getting some really good questions already, but I just want to point out, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand, and as soon as I see you, I'll come over to answer them. So we actually don't make the colors ourselves. As you can see, they come shipped in this color that's already made. This is an example, red piece of color bar, and then right next to it we have some green pieces of color bar. So we will start with the color we want. We don't change the color during the process. And I also want to point out that the colors themselves, because I'm sure this is closer to what you're actually asking, are actually coming from different metal oxides and minerals mixed into the glass mixture. So just to give an example, cobalt is a type of metal, and that creates a blue glass. So I want to point out these pieces on this front table right here. We made these on Wednesday, and you can see that they have these big pieces of glass kind of still attached to them where they were attached to the pipe, and it's kind of rough and gross. And so to get that off, to get that excess glass off and to make sure it's smooth and round, we have to go through a process called cold working. And this is something that you guys don't get to see. It's in a shop around the corner in the back. But we have a bunch of tools that honestly are kind of like woodworking tools, such as a belt sander and a disc sander, and we will kind of polish and grind the glass down to create that smooth surface. The only difference is we use a lot of diamond grit and we use a lot of water to make sure that the glass isn't creating any particles to breathe in. So actually, they're only dipping this wooden spoon-shaped tool in water to prevent the wood from burning. They're not really trying to cool the glass down too much right here. They are inevitably cooling the glass down on the very surface where they're touching it. But this is mostly to prevent the wood from burning. So that's a very technical question, kind of hard for me to answer. What degree can you touch the glass? Uh, it's pretty much whatever degree you can handle, but definitely if a piece of glass looks cold in the hot shop, it's still usually around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's definitely way too hot to touch still. At that point, the glass is solid though, which is interesting. So actually, this pipe is like a straw, so you blow air in, but air can actually come back out. And so when you're working with the glass, if you're applying pressure to the bubble, you're squishing it, it can actually push air out of the bubble. So sometimes we'll do that purposefully to create indents. Sometimes it happens accidentally, and so we have to make sure the air doesn't escape. So yeah, interesting question. So I kind of tried to describe colors earlier. We use different metal oxides and minerals to create the color. So honestly, it might be similar to some paints. Some paints will use some different minerals inside of them to get rich colors. But no, we definitely do not use food coloring. That would just instantly burn away as soon as it touched the glass. And I want to point out at this point, we have been gathering multiple layers of clear over top of this piece of glass. And every time we get a new layer, we start using this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is called a block. And the purpose of using this is to smooth and even out the very outside layer of that glass and just make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. And each time we do this, we're expanding the glass just a little bit more each time as well. So yes, all of the furnaces along the entire back wall, they all run off of natural gas and forced air. Meanwhile, our torches here, they actually run off of propane and oxygen. So we have a couple of different setups and multiple different fuel sources, such as these large boxes as well. Those are electric. So multiple. So the glass furnaces, the furnace that holds the clear glass itself, is on 24/7. Everything else, though, we shut off whenever we're done using it, and then we'll just turn it on maybe an hour or so before we get started. So we save a lot of energy by doing that. But yeah, the glass furnaces, they actually have to stay on 24/7. You might already be able to imagine this, but if we start cooling the glass down inside of that large ceramic tank, it will kind of expand and contract, and it can break the ceramic tank that it's sitting inside of. And just to mention as well, it's so thick that it may take multiple days to heat it fully back up to molten temperature again. I've only known one time that that's happened locally, like at all, and it's just very frustrating when that happens. So we've just gathered another layer of clear. As you saw, we actually dripped some of this glass off the end of the bubble and into a bucket. And this is called a strip gather. We're just getting a partial layer of that clear on the very outside of the glass, getting us closer to an exact size, basically. So to stretch glass, it's really interesting. They actually use gravity mostly. So they heat the glass up until it's moving, and then they hang it down towards the floor, and the gravity will just pull it down towards the floor and stretch the glass out. So we'll do that same thing for vases, cups, just anything long or tall. So when we're rolling it back and forth at the bench here, this is actually just to keep the glass on center on the pipe. If we were to stop turning, the glass would just slowly slump and kind of fall down towards the floor because gravity is pulling it down and the glass is moving because it is a liquid right now. So we just have to constantly keep the pipe rotating to make sure that it stays on center. So whenever we're coming out of the furnace, the glass is getting so much heat from the furnace that it's going to start creating its own light as well as heat. So if you were to stand close to this piece of glass, you would feel heat coming off of it. It's really interesting. I like to compare it to lava. It's basically lava in this form. And speaking of, there is obsidian, which is a natural glass. This is just a man-made glass. So really there isn't too much of a huge difference. So it's kind of hard to describe exactly, but I have a really good example. So the glass is kind of the texture of honey, and it's sitting inside of these large tanks with the closed doors. And it's just a large pool in there, once again. So what we're doing is we're taking our pipe, it's heated up on the end so that the glass wants to stick to it, because hot is going to stick to hot. And we stick it inside of the glass and we turn, and that is gathering a ball on the end, kind of like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel. And so it gathers a certain amount, which is why we call it gathering as well. And to get more glass, we have to let that first layer cool down, and we can do the same thing over and over and over again. Yeah, so it's a pretty cool process. That's how we start. And for the glass mixture itself, once again, it's just mostly silica sand, a little bit of soda ash, and a little bit of limestone. And those two other ingredients lower the melting point of the glass. So we just used a giant optic mold on the floor. We had a really good view of it up on the camera there. As you can see, we have all these ridges on the inside of the mold going from the top to the bottom. And this has applied those ridges to the surface of the glass as well. So now we have a physical visual texture as well as that color on our bubble. And from here, we're going to continue to blow it out into our form. Some of you guys, I'm not sure how many of you are left, but some of you guys were here for the clear version of this one that we made earlier, and it was sort of a practice run, but this is the real deal this time. Yes, and once again, this flame right here, we just call it a fluffy flame or a fluffy torch. It's the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, but the torch will heat up a section of glass at a time. So in this case, the area where the glass is connected to the pipe is a little cold, so we're applying extra heat. So right now, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and he's creating a couple of different divots. You can see we have one divot really close to the pipe, and he's just creating one a little bit further down. And this area that he's creating is kind of like a neck to a vase. It's going to be a little bit smaller, and the rest of the glass can be blown out a little bit bigger into a rounder shape, kind of like the body of a vase. All right, so for everyone who just joined, I want to give you guys an overview as to what we have going on and who we have in here today. So today we actually do have a visiting artist. Their name is Crystal Z. Campbell, and they're the one currently taking video of their beautiful piece being made at the moment. And just to talk about Crystal a little bit before I jump into the work, they are a multidisciplinary artist, experimental filmmaker, and writer. And they actually have recent artwork that is displayed right now in the Museum of Glass. It's inside of the gallery, specifically the two-way mirror exhibit. So as you go through the galleries, make sure you keep an eye out for our visiting artist artwork. And the pieces that we've been working on during this residency so far, a lot of them are apothecary vessels, much like this one right here that we're blowing out. And this one is probably the bigger of the pieces that we've seen so far today. This is made with some black glass. Right now it's appearing as if it's red or orange. This is just because there's so much heat in the glass that it's creating its own light. But as this glass cools down, we'll see that rich black color. And to get the pattern in the glass, this is something that we did before you guys came in. We used this giant mold on the floor. This is an optic mold. It has these ridges on the inside of it going from the top to the bottom, and that gave us ridges on our glass. So as you can see, they're focusing all the heat on just the body of this piece right now. And they were having somebody blow into the end of the pipe, just kind of expanding this glass as they were heating it up. And eventually, I believe we are going to be cutting this end piece off of the glass as well. Right now, they're keeping it on the bottom of the vessel so that they could use it as a sort of handle. They can hold on to it. They can stretch the glass from there. But eventually, this will be broken off. And I did get a good question that I wanted to reiterate to the rest of the audience if anyone's curious, and that is kind of about the weight of the glass. So the glass is hollow right now, so the piece is big, but it's actually not going to be super heavy overall, but it feels much heavier than it actually is when they're working with it just because of the leverage that the glass has against them all the way on the end of that pipe. And so I've been told it could feel maybe 5 times heavier than it actually is. So a piece that's about 20 pounds might feel like they're lifting 100 pounds when they're working on it. So they're once again using this end piece of glass as a sort of handle. Ben was holding onto it with the jacks and pulling away a little bit. This is just stretching out the very bottom of the bubble, creating a more tapered shape. And now it looks like they're getting ready to break the end piece off. So they're focusing a bunch of heat using this really small flame. This flame, by the way, it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And just to completely smooth the bottom of this out, they focus heat there just one more time, and they're now going in with a small graphite paddle. And graphite will act pretty similar to wood, where it's going to be a little bit more of an insulating material, especially more insulating than metal. And just to talk a little bit more about these pieces, once again, these are apothecary vessels. And apparently, I asked the visiting artist earlier, and these may be going into St. Louis Art Museum in fall 2024. So the goal for making these is that they will eventually be displayed. Now, at this point, we are not going to be editing or changing the shape of this very much anymore, but we are bringing over another small bit of clear. This is just going to be attached to the very bottom of the piece. It's going to kind of protect the bottom from breaking and chipping when they go ahead and attach a second pipe later on. So this is just going to turn into a pad of clear. You'll see them flatten it down. And I just want to mention, if I didn't already, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just ask away or raise your hand to grab my attention. And it can even be questions for or about our visiting artists, and I can always relay those questions. Yes, so eventually these copper wire cages or structures are going to be used. It might be a little bit hard to see from where you're sitting right now, but there was one used yesterday sitting inside of this furnace right here. And this one specifically, they took a clear bubble of glass. And actually, it's very similar to this one right here. Thanks for the example. And so they took a clear bubble of glass, they elongated it, and then they stuffed it inside of the copper wire cage, and then they blew the bubble out, and it kind of pushed out the openings of the cage itself. And from there, they don't want to touch it or edit it very much anymore. They simply created a line right here and then broke it off. And we'll see what they do with it from there. That could have been a test run. There are some pieces that are pretty similar in idea to these in the gallery right now, also in a two-way mirror. If you keep an eye out for those, you'll see those copper wire structures and the colorful bubbles that were blown into them. Yeah, at this point, we are just keeping this piece warm at the center bench, and over on the left bench, Gabe is preparing a pipe with a clear attachment on the end that'll eventually be brought over and then attached to the bottom of this piece, right where we added that clear pad. But in preparation for breaking this piece off of the pipe that it's on right now, they will always start torching this area where the glass is connected to the pipe. They'll usually torch it enough that they start to see a little bit of movement even, or a little bit of color. And then to fully break it off, they apply some water, which will thermally shock the glass. So we've just brought over the punty being a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. And this is attached to the center, the bottom of our piece. And once they have this connection stable and they're happy with how centered it is, then all they do is they break this piece off of its original pipe with a little bit of water once again. And the purpose of doing this is just to get access to the other side of the piece. So we'll be able to break it off, and we'll be able to open it up and flare it out if we want to at the top, kind of like a vase, kind of similar to these pieces up on the front table right here. And a tap, and that piece is broken cleanly off. And since we have a little bit of time here, they're just going to be heating this up and bringing it back and centering it and then heating it up again. They're going to have to heat this cold glass up enough to start editing it. And in that time, I have a little bit of time to show off our visiting artist artwork. So could I have that slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going of Crystal Z. Campbell's artwork, and also just some inspiration for the artwork that we've been working on during this residency as well, such as that drawing you saw in the very beginning. So maybe some of you have noticed, but when we broke that piece off of the pipe, there's a little bit of extra glass. It's a kind of uneven break, but this isn't a problem because what we do is we heat up the opening and we can actually cut or trim off some of that glass. So most likely that's what we're going to be doing next. Heat it up until it's partially molten, kind of a taffy or putty texture, and then go ahead and get rid of some of that excess glass. right now Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers, and he was pulling more than he was pinching, just kind of stretching out the very top of the neck or this opening. And then he next goes in with a pair of shears and cuts off all of that excess glass that he just pulled out. So this has completely evened out the opening of the piece. It's also thinned out the glass just around the opening, making sure that we have even, straight walls throughout the entire piece. And now that they've gotten rid of that excess glass, they can continue with their process, whether that be straightening the neck out or even flaring it open, kind of like our pieces that were made previously. And to tighten up the shoulder a little bit, Ben went in with the jacks just at the base of the neck. And based off of the piece that they were sketching and kind of planning beforehand, I assume that the neck for this piece is going to remain straight, kind of as it is right now. So actually for this piece specifically, we are using multiple different colors in the same piece. The body for this piece is black, which is what we're working on right now. So this glass, even though it kind of looks red, it's going to cool down to black. And the stopper for it is actually using a sort of green color. It's kind of hard to describe. It was a semi-transparent green, and it had a fade from really rich color to completely clear. So this is going to be a multi-part piece, and the pieces aren't going to be physically attached in the hot shop. They're going to be more so stacked on top of each other. Yeah, it looks like we're going on the inside of the piece once again with the jacks. And this is evening those walls out, just kind of straightening them out. And something I do want to point out, when we're working with glass that has these ridges on the surface, it's kind of hard to avoid twisting them. And so these guys have a lot of control over what they're doing, and they just kept those ridges completely straight, even though it's really easy to mess up that design, really. So this piece that they're making right now, once again, it's an apothecary vessel. And this entire vessel is apparently going to be entirely black. So once again, this is the main body of the vessel right here. They're going to be making a foot for it as well, kind of like what you see on this front pedestal right here. And they're also going to be making a stopper, which is black glass. So everything entirely solid black. And these pieces are made individually and are going to be assembled together later on. Yeah, it looks like they're happy with the shape, so they are getting ready to break it off. And this is going to be a similar process as to when we first broke this piece off of its original pipe, where they start torching this connection where the glass meets the pipe. Once they start to see a little bit of movement in there, then they are okay to apply some water and break it off. And you can also tell we're getting ready to break this off because you see somebody getting suited up in these Kevlar gloves and face shield. This is going to protect the artist as she physically picks this piece of glass up to be put away. And when this piece is put away, I want to point out it's going inside of the annealer on the left wall. And I always like to point out where it's going just so if anyone wants to get any good shots on their phone or just kind of follow what they're doing. So once again, to break this off, we just apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe. And that was a clean break. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. All right, so this is going into the annealer once again. It's sitting at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit right now. And then with the press of a button, everything inside of there will slowly cool down overnight. And we have been working continuously throughout the day on various projects all relating to these apothecary vessels. And based off of that, I assume we're going to get started on our next project pretty soon over on that left bench. And we've been continuing to use color today. At first, we kind of started using clear, and this is a little bit more of a practice round or prototyping. But whenever we start using color, you know we're making something that is a final product. So we are actually getting started on the next piece right away over on that left bench once again. And we are actually getting started on the foot for that last piece. So now you're about to see the process of making pretty much this shape of piece of glass right here. And we're going to, once again, be using that same black glass. So that is what Gabe is starting on right now. He's just picked a piece of this glass color on the end of his pipe, and he's going to heat it up until it's completely molten and then drop it on top of a small clear bubble. And this process of coloring the glass this way, this is called a color drop or color overlay, gives us a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece, just like that last one you saw. And it's a very common way to color the glass. And up in the front here, Sarah's just gotten started on that small clear bubble. Once again, this is the starting point for any blown glass project, is just starting from a small amount of glass in that small bubble. And we have to build upon that. So we let it cool down and we can gather more layers of clear, or in this case, we're also going to be applying color. And I want to give a quick introduction as to what we're doing again, real quick, just because there's a few new people who have joined here and there. So once again, today we do have a visiting artist, Crystal Z. Campbell, and there's a one in the sort of blue jacket and white shoes, kind of beige pants, kind of. And I want to describe that their art is multidisciplinary. They are also an experimental filmmaker and writer, and I would love to show you the slideshow of their artwork, but we'll have to wait on that for at least a few minutes. And they actually have some work currently displayed in the Museum of Glass gallery. So as you go through the galleries, keep an eye out in a two-way mirror for their artwork. And today we are specifically working on apothecary vessels. We just worked on the main body of an apothecary vessel. It had these really nice ridges on the outside of the glass. It had a rich black color throughout the entire thing. And we're now getting started on the foot for this apothecary vessel. And if you'd like a visual example of the foot, kind of how it's going to turn out, this is pretty much the same shape as what we're going to be making. One more piece that's going to need to be made for this apothecary vessel is a stopper just at the very top of the vessel itself. But that's something that we'll probably see a little bit later on. Well, I do want to point out once again that this is our visiting artist, Crystal, over here, just to point them out to you all. And everyone else down on this hot shop floor is pretty much our Museum of Glass hot shop team. They work here full time, helping the visiting artists make their creations come to life, or maybe even just making things for the Museum of Glass store. But they are always down here, always keeping busy, doing something. Yeah, so I've gotten a few questions about the copper wire cages, so I just want to point out our cold worker, Kristen, has an example up in the front here of a clear glass bubble that's been blown into one of these cages. So this is exactly what's going to be happening with the other cages as well. Of course, we can make colored glass bubbles to go inside of these, and this could have just been a prototype with clear. I'm not entirely certain. So the center bench, we already have our black color on this bubble, and we've gathered at least a single layer of clear over top of that black color as well. And we're just letting it sit and cool down in order to get our next layer of clear. So right now we're just in the process of building up layer after layer of clear, getting some mass for the piece. And once we have enough mass, we could just start to blow it out into our foot. And each time after getting a layer of clear, we will use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. As you can see, this is smoothing, evening out the very outside of the glass bubble. It's just going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of all this glass. It's usually done twice before they start to expand the bubble inside. So just like the body for this apothecary vessel, we are also using an optic mold for the foot. And once again, an optic mold can have a variety of different patterns inside of it. This one simply has ridges going from the top to the bottom inside of the mold. So now those ridges have been applied to the glass, and we have a physical and visual texture and pattern across the piece. And from here, we're going to blow it out into our foot. They want to have a lot of heat before they go into that mold so that they could blow it out very quickly without losing those ridges. Working with glass that has ridges like this is pretty difficult, making sure that the ridges don't twist and just making sure that they don't melt those ridges away on accident. So in order to just alter the very end of this bubble, we went in with this really hot handheld torch, which I described earlier is the hottest item in the hot shop. Could get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And after heating up just the very end of the bubble, we're going in with a graphite paddle and completely flattening the end of this out. And I believe this is going to be the top of the foot, this area that's furthest away from the pipe. So this is where it would connect to the bottom of the vessel itself. And so now that we have finished the top half of this foot, where it's going to be connected to the body of the vessel once again, we are getting ready to attach a pipe just to the very top in order to break this bubble off of the pipe it's on right now. And you can see that this glass still has a lot of internal heat. This is supposed to be a black colored glass. Right now it's appearing almost as if it's kind of red or brown. But as the glass cools down, it'll change back to its true color. So we've just brought the puntee over and attached it to the center of the bottom of the piece. Once again, the puntee is basically just a secondary pipe that we bring over in order to break the piece off from its original pipe. And to do so, we're just applying some water, which is causing thermal shock on the glass and cracking a small section. And once they've cracked enough of that glass, all they do is they tap the pipe. That should break this piece off. And now we've basically flipped the orientation of the piece. So now we can start to flare it open and turn it into our foot. So we're probably going to flare it open as wide as a plate shape. And it's still pretty cold right here. Right now they're just making sure that the pipe is centered on the bottom. And since I have a little bit of time, could I have the visiting artist slideshow up on the screen again, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, I just want to show off the visiting artist previously made artwork. Once again, they are a multidisciplinary artist, experimental filmmaker, and writer. So you're going to see a variety of works up on the screen, a lot of different visual arts. Thank you. All right, so at the center bench, we've gone back in with this super hot focused flame. We're heating up just the opening of this piece. As you can see, the glass is pretty thick right here. So we're going to have to apply a little bit more heat to get it going, start flaring it open. So to flare this open, we're just going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. We also used a wooden paddle just briefly against the opening of the piece. This is just smoothing and evening the very edge of this opening out, and something you'll see them do frequently with pretty much any blown piece. And once it's flared open enough, eventually you might see them start to heat the glass up and spin it. And spinning the glass is going to create centrifugal force, the outward pulling force from that spinning. And this should start to flare this glass open more and more. And this is something that they have to do when it comes to plates, certain bowls, or even rondelles, which is kind of like a circular glass window. It's really hard to get this perfectly straight, flat shape unless you're spinning the glass out and it's flaring itself open. Yeah, so seemingly like magic, they go into the furnace and they come out and it is all of a sudden flared open. But once again, they were just heating that glass up, and probably inside of the furnace, they started to spin it out like this. And now, just to make sure that this is completely flat, straight, and smooth, they went in and they sandwiched that glass between the jacks, these two blades, and then a paddle on the very bottom. And if they're happy with this shape, then that means that this piece is pretty much done. And at this point, once again, we're just getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. So we're torching this connecting area. Eventually, we'll apply a little bit of water. And Sarah's ready to catch it with the Kevlar gloves. And with each of these pieces, you'll notice that they're torching with this hot flame, just making sure that there's no rough edges left before they put that away. And just like our last piece is going into the annealer to slowly cool down, at least overnight, so we're not going to see this piece again until tomorrow. And now that we have those two pieces done, we technically only have one more piece until this entire apothecary vessel is finished. So once again, we made the foot, we made the body, and the last step would be to make the stopper. And I'm just going to double check where we're at right now, if we're going to take lunch yet. All right, so it looks like we are going to take our lunch. We'll be back in about an hour from now. But if anyone has any final questions, feel free to ask away. And you're welcome to just enjoy the warmth of the hot shop. And eventually we're going to have a return time posted on the screen. Once again, we'll be back in about an hour.
Alrighty. Hi, everyone. My name is Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC for the rest of today. So if you have any questions at all, I'm the one to answer them for you. I'll be telling you what's going on the hot shop floor. Right now, we're just waiting for our artists to come out and get going. So it might be a few moments of just setting up and getting things ready. So if you haven't seen any of the other things in the museum, definitely the time to go check it out while we're still getting started in here. Otherwise, you're free to hang out while we kind of just get things going. And again, if you have questions, you can go ahead and ask me. Hello, for those of you who have just joined us, wanted to let you know we're just waiting for our glass artist to get out here now. So it might be a little bit before we get started, but I'm going to be your MC for the rest of today. My name's Charlotte, so if you have any questions, you can direct them to me. I have officially seen some movement, so they should be coming out soon. Our time got pushed back a little bit. They are coming from lunch, so it is a little bit understandable. That is our visiting artist, who I was actually just about to tell you a little bit about. So currently we do have a visiting artist here at the museum. So they're doing a residency with us. It started on Wednesday and it's going all the way through till Sunday. So they were working on some really interesting vases yesterday, or Wednesday I think it was too. So you can see we have some of those over here that we're showing off, and they're all just clear, and most of them are actually going to be then stacked to kind of create these very interesting shapes that she does. But while she's here, we're going to be working on some new things today, most likely involving some colors and whatnot. Alrighty, so we're gonna be making a pretty big black vase right now. So you're gonna see we're in our garage over here picking up some color bar. So basically these bars that you see down here on this table, we stick those into this garage here so that they can heat up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's the perfect temperature where glass is hot enough that it won't be breaking in any way or cracking, but also not too hot that it's going to become fluid and get movement to it. So Gabe just went ahead and grabbed some of that black color out of there. And so you'll see over at this heating furnace, he's going to be getting that color nice and warm to the point where we're able to start molding it and working with it a little bit more. And then we'll see some really cool stuff as we start to get this bubble for this vase. And we're also going to be putting it into an optic mold. So if you see this little staircase right here, that's a big metal mold that we're going to be sticking the glass into and blowing into as it takes that shape. So you'll be seeing that eventually. So you'll see Sarah is going into our glass furnace to gather some hot glass onto the end of that blow pipe. So this is the pipe that we're going to be using to blow the entire piece up with. So it does have that hollow center so that we're able to conduct air through it. And you can see we got a nice glob of hot glass on the end of that. And we're going to be taking it to our marver table and start rolling it out. And then you'll see that Sarah is going to go ahead and blow some air into that pipe using a technique that we call capping. So she went ahead and blew a bunch of air into the pipe and then covered the end with her thumb so that all that air would create some pressure and push that bubble through. And we'll see over at the bench, we're just continuing to shape that bubble that we just created. And in a moment here, we're going to get prepared for our black color to be dropped on top of this bubble. So it basically coats the whole thing, and then that's how we're able to work with this color block. So you can see we went and got that color nice and hot, and we're going to go ahead and drape it over our clear bubble. And once our glass has a little bit of a hat on it now, we're going to cut it off. And now we're going to be able to spread this black across the entire clear bubble that we have. And you'll see Sarah is just going to go ahead and roll this color across the entire surface on that marver table. And you can see now that we've really evenly distributed that color across that whole clear surface, we're going to add a little bit more air into our bubble. And then momentarily, we're going to be going in and getting a little bit more glass on top of that. So we're going to be basically sandwiching this color between two layers of clear glass. So you'll see now, we went ahead and let that glass cool down just a little bit before we go and gather some more on top. So we're going into our glass furnace, rotating our pipe in there to get the whole thing coated in some fresh glass. And you'll see Sarah is now going in with this wooden tool that we keep soaked in water. We call this a block. So she's able to go in with this tool and get a very rounded shape of the glass that we just collected. And then you'll see Sarah is adding just a little bit more air into this. And just continuing to use that block that we talked about earlier to shape the glass. And you can see we're going through the same process as before. We're just letting our glass cool down quite a bit before we go and get some more on top of this layer. And you'll see as we go ahead and put that entire thing into our glass furnace, we're doing the same technique as rolling the entire thing through the hot glass and collecting some more onto its surface. And once again, we're grabbing a little bit of a bigger block this time and going in and shaping that glass that we just collected. And then we're going over to our water trough now and actually cooling down the pipe. So after gathering some glass out of the glass furnace, it can be pretty hot and the heat will start to transfer down the pipe. So we do just take it over and cool it down with some cold water. And we're going in for another gather on top of this. So our piece is getting pretty large, and we're just trying to get a bigger mass of glass on there that we're able to work with, since we are wanting to make a pretty big vase out of this. And with this gather, we're going to do something that we call a strip gather. So we're just peeling off some of that top layer of the glass that we just gathered. Going back to our bench to continue shaping it. And once again, heading over just to cool down our pipe. Right now, it feels a lot heavier than it actually is, just because it's on the end of a pipe. So if you think about it, lifting something that the weight isn't distributed very evenly, it feels a lot heavier. That much glass is probably somewhere around 10 to 15 pounds right now, but that 15 pounds can feel more like 50 when it's on the end of that pipe. So you'll see here we're going in with our tool called papers. So this is just a stack of newspapers that we keep soaked with water. And it basically allows our artists to have closer contact with the glass. So it almost feels like you're molding it with your own hand. And so we're able to use these as a way to create different shapes that we couldn't with our wooden block. And you can see we're kind of stretching this out to more of a cone shape. So we're getting it prepared to be put into the optic mold, which we'll see briefly. And that's where it'll start to take shape of the different spikes inside of that mold. So you'll see here he comes over, holding the glass completely upside down. And as he places it inside of this mold, he's going to blow air into the pipe. So we're basically blowing the glass into taking shape of that mold. And now you can see on the surface of the glass, we have this very interesting patterning going on. So you'll see now that we have this shape, we're going to go in with our jacks, and we're starting to create some indentations and lines into the glass, while we're also continuing to blow air into the piece. And you'll see here he's going and creating another jack line right at the base of the piece where the glass starts to connect towards the pipe. So this jack line is going to be helpful for when we want to break the piece off of this pipe. So he goes in with these metal jacks, pinching at the surface. And we're just continuing to go in on those jack lines that we created, making sure that they are prominent. So you can see the artist is using this technique, basically allowing gravity to kind of pull the glass downwards a little bit more. So by swinging it back and forth downwards, we're able to kind of pull that glass a little bit longer. And you can see we are using a wooden paddle here to continue shaping the glass. We also use these as a way to shield our glass blowers from the heat being emitted off of the piece. So it definitely has multiple uses. And then we're grabbing our detail torch here. So this is an extremely hot torch that we use on very small specific areas where we're trying to achieve something to change, or if we're trying to add something to the piece. In our case, we're trying to melt off that location where we had that end being knocked off. So you can see he's just going in, flattening down that piece that was left over from us cutting off the excess. So you can see we went ahead and grabbed some hot glass on the end of a punty. So we're going to be taking this and applying it to that bottom of the piece. So you can see we added a nice glob of some clear glass just to the bottom of the piece. And now we're going to go in and shape this. So you can see we went ahead and grabbed another pipe over here that we are putting some clear glass onto the end of. So this is going to be the pipe that we transfer this piece onto. So we're going to be attaching this to that end and breaking this piece off of its blowpipe so that we're able to start working with the piece from a new side. So something to keep in mind is that this vase right now, this is just the body. So you can see some of the examples down here. We have the body of these vases, but they do not yet have their foot attached to them. So separately, we make the foot to be attached later on. Since the piece is so large, there's too much risk of anything going wrong if we were to attach a foot to this piece now. So instead, once the pieces are finished and cooled, we go in and after everything's cooled down, we will be gluing the foot to the bottom of the piece. So probably after we finish this vase, we'll be making its corresponding foot to go along with it. Question. Yeah, so you're wondering how we cool it down, right? Because right now it's probably close to over at least 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit for sure. So what we do is we actually put it into one of these big black boxes that you see. So we have some over there as well. And then we have these smaller ones too. We basically put the piece in there once it's finished. And then over a certain period of time, it will cool down very slowly from about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit to room temperature. Most of the time it's overnight. Sometimes it can be a lot longer. It really depends on the thickness of the glass, how big the piece is. So some of these pieces that we put away on Wednesday got pulled out, and we were able to see them today. No, so once we are about at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it's the perfect temperature for glass to be warm enough that it's not going to crack, but not too hot that it's still fluid and able to take on new shape. So yes, we find the perfect temperature to keep it at as we slowly cool it down back to room temperature. So you can see we're headed over with that pipe we're going to be transferring onto. We will carefully attach it to the bottom. And then we'll see that we're just going to really make sure that connection is strong between the two. Next, you'll see we're going to grab a little bit of water with our tweezers and apply it to that jack line we created earlier. This creates small spiderweb cracks into the glass. And now tapping it off. And we're able to start working with it from a new side. And you can see we do have a brief moment. We're able to basically go in and adjust that placement of our new pipe to make sure that the whole piece is centered on there. So there's a small window of time where we still have a warm enough punny. I'm good, how are you? All right, so you'll see now that we've gotten that opening, so the neck of our vase nice and hot, we're going in and we're actually starting to pinch that glass away from the rest of the piece. So he's going along that entire edge and just pinching and pulling it away. And then we're gonna go in and actually trim off this excess with our shears. So basically big metal scissors that we use for glass. So you can see now that we've trimmed down that neck, we're just going in with our paddles and continuing to shape it out. All right, so it looks like we're about ready to break this piece off to put it down into the annealer where it will cool down. So we can see we're getting dressed up to be able to handle the piece of glass and walk it over to the annealer. And you'll see over at the bench, we're just continuing to keep that connection point between the glass and the pipe nice and warm. So you can see we're going to repeat the same steps as earlier, applying some water to that line of connection and tapping it off and taking it over to the annealer to let it cool down. Yeah, can we get an applause for our artist, please? That was awesome. And then for those of you wondering, so our annealers are boxes over on either side. This is where our glass cools down slowly over a period of time. So we go from being almost 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit all the way down to room temperature, usually overnight. And then our pieces will be able to be taken out and seen. And then we'll be able to start doing some other things like grinding out the bottoms, adding the foot to the piece, and etc. All right, so if you want to hang around, we're going to be starting on the foot for the piece. So basically what's going to be able to hold it on and be able to let it sit down on a tabletop. That's what we're going to start working on now for that exact vase. So it will be black, and it's going to have that same patterning that we did with the body of the vase. So we're going to be using one of those molds and getting that same pattern on the outside. So you'll see we just went ahead, grabbed some of that black color block out of our garage. So our garage is this big gray box that we have right here. Basically, it holds a bunch of glass at a temperature of 1,000 degrees. Same kind of theory as the annealer. It keeps it at that perfect temperature that we're able to kind of pull it in and out and reheat the glass to get it hotter, but also keeps it from getting too cold that it'll crack. So we went ahead, grabbed that color block out of there. It was just a solid chunk of glass color. They kind of look a little bit like this. And we're able to take this on the end of a pipe, heat it up, and then drape it over our clear bubble. And that's how we're able to get some solid color onto our piece of glass. So you'll see Sarah just went ahead and got a blowpipe, gathered a little bit of glass on the end of that, and is now going to start shaping it on the Marver table. So as she shapes it, she's just rolling it back and forth, trying to get a little bit of that rounded shape. And then she'll be able to blow a bubble into this. So this is the start of our foot that we're going to be working on. So you probably saw we went ahead and did that color overlay. So we took our black and let it drip onto the surface of the clear bubble. And then we cut it off of its original pipe so that we were able to have it all onto this blowpipe. Now we're going to go through the process of flattening out this black color that we have added onto that bubble. So you can see we're just going to roll that color all the way down to go ahead and cover that entire bubble. And then we're going to create basically a glass sandwich where we're going to have the clear inside, the black, and then the clear on top. So we're going to be getting some more glass on top of this. So you can see we're going in with all that glass, and we're going to collect some more onto what we already have. So just rotating in that hot glass, coming out with a new layer. And you'll see we're going to start using this wooden tool that we call a block. So this is a tool that we keep soaked in water, and it allows us to use it on the hot surface of the glass. And you can see we're just using a water trough over on the side there just to cool down our pipe. So just using a little bit of that cold water allows us to be able to bring the pipe back down to a temperature that allows the artist to be able to hold on to it. So you'll see we're going into our mold, and we're going to be blowing some air into the piece as we're inside of the mold, pulling it out, and you can see that we've now created this really interesting pattern on the surface of the glass. And so you can see he's going in with this tool that we call jacks, and is currently creating some lines in the glass. So right now he's making the jack line. So this line is basically where we'll be able to break the piece off of the blowpipe and switch onto a new pipe. And you can see we're just going in with our shears now, and we're removing that end bit off of the bottom of the piece. And continuing to add some more air and shape the piece. So you can see we're now coming over with a new pipe. This is what we're going to be transferring on to, so that we're able to start opening up this piece. So we're attaching that new pipe to the bottom. And then we're going to go ahead and get a little bit of water and apply it to that jack line that we created earlier. And then knocking on the pipe to break the piece off. So you can see we're just going in and trimming off some of that excess. And going in with our really hot torch just for a little bit of detailing heat. So we can see we're now going in with our jacks to start opening up this hole left from our blowpipe. So you can see we've really started to flatten out that glass by just opening it up. And with the use of our jacks and also a paddle, we're able to keep it nice and even. And you can see that the foot to the vase that we created earlier is just about finished now. So we're going to be getting prepared to go ahead and break this piece off and put it into our annealer. Again, we'll see the artist grab a little bit of water with those tweezers and apply it to that connection point. And then we're going to have the other artist grab hold, break it off of the pipe, and go ahead and torch the bottom. And now this piece will be put away to slowly cool down over a period of time. So you're going to see in a moment here, we're going to be switching from our blowpipe to this solid pipe. So we went ahead and made that connection point between the two pieces. And then in a moment here, we're going to grab a little bit of water with our tweezers and apply it to that connection point, that jack line between the pipe and the glass piece. So you can see we're grabbing some water with those tweezers, applying it to that jack line that we made, and tapping it off. Here we have a quick moment where our artist is able to adjust the placement of the piece on our new pipe. So we're basically just going in and centering the piece, making sure that it sits pretty evenly on the pipe. And you can see we're going in with our detailing torch, just heating up that opening and where we broke it off of the blowpipe. And then you can see we're actually going in and flattening out as we continue to take our jacks and enter the piece. So you can see that we're just about finished with this piece. We're going to be getting ready to go ahead and break it off of the pipe. And then we'll be moving it to our annealer. So you'll see we're grabbing a little bit of water and applying it to the connection point, and then tapping the piece off. And we will take it on over to our annealer to cool down over a long period of time. So you can see we just finished a color overlay on top of our clear bubble that we had. So we have some black color on top of that clear. And we're just making sure that we get all that color surrounding the entire bubble. And then we're just adding a little bit more air back into that bubble. So after letting it cool down for just a few moments, we're headed over and getting another gather of hot glass on top of this. So you can see we're headed back to our bench where we're going to go ahead and use a wooden block to shape out the glass that we just gathered. And then here we're going in and just removing any air bubbles that are in the surface of the glass. So taking those shears and trimming away any of those bubbles. So you can see we just went in for another gather, and this is actually going to be a strip gather. So we go ahead and strip off some of that top layer of the glass that we just got onto there. And once again, we're going to go back and block it with that wooden block. But first, we're going over to the water trough, and we're actually starting to cool down the pipe. So after a gather in that hot glass furnace, sometimes it's nice to be able to still hold the pipe. So they'll be able to just cool it down with some water. So now that we're at our middle bench, we're going to be getting ready to start blowing some more air into the piece and then eventually sticking it into our mold so that it can take a new shape. So you can see we went and got that glass really hot, and we're going in now with our wooden block, continuing to shape it. And then we're going to go ahead and blow some more air into the piece. And now we're going in with our papers. So this is a stack of newspapers that we use to shape the glass. We keep them soaked with water. And this allows the artist to get a little bit of a closer contact with the glass. And you'll see now he's going to go into this mold and blow some air into the glass. And this is going to give a pattern on the outside of the glass. So you'll see now we're going to go in a moment here with our jacks and start applying pressure to certain areas to create a line into the glass. And we're going in and creating this jack line so that we will be able to break the piece off of the blowpipe and transfer onto a new pipe. And then going ahead and trimming off that excess piece.